Hello. I'm still shifting stuff around. I hit the start stream button a little bit early. Hello, and welcome to more post-games, or welcome to post-game stuff. So I have a guide open in another tab on my browser to, help me find some of the other stuff that I missed. Namely, I want to do Senna and Lanza's side stories and the, hero quests for, the missing hero and the, two post-game heroes. But I guess let's get right into it. And depending on how demanding the requirements are to unlock the class ascension quests, which uncap the level for your classes, I might end up doing those as well. Just not necessarily today. Oh yeah, there's a side thing that I totally forgot that I need to do. I'm glad that I, Colony Omega, where are you? Here is Colony Omega. Gosh, Xenoblade, why do you have to make such good-looking snow areas? Can I go into this door? Really? Do I need to have Hammurabi equipped?
The last embers of my life.
Something that I read, which might actually be incorrect, but I'm not sure. Something that I read said that you can get Ethel back as a proper hero that you can use by going to the back room in Colony Omega.
The Remembrance Stones, was it? Place to still the hearts, so I'm told.
That's right. It's a place to honor the dead and to look deep inside yourself.
That's nice that there's a little conversation there.
I like this place. It has an aura of calm about it.
Ah, this again? Have you seen it before? Since the city's moved location, the people have had to attune to a completely new environment. Patients keep being rushed in because their bodies are weakened by the change. Oh, hey Monica. I didn't realize there were so many patients. You seriously didn't expect that this would happen? Obviously, I understand that we had to make a move to avoid being wiped out by Mobius, but moving to a place a whole 200 or 2,000 metri below ground level? Okay, that's enough of that. Another remedy. As long as we get the medicine, everyone will be right as rain. Ha! Wishful thinking. I'll send for extra medical supplies. Let us know what you need. I will, thank you. Right then. Doc, is there anything we can do to help? There is. If patients keep coming in at the current rate, we won't be able to provide enough medicine. Could you gather some egg seeds and heavy pomegranates for me? You'll find them in the Cadenzia region. Oh, and Rockadori root as well. That's indigenous to Lavi Sandbar. I'm tripping over my words and we're like 6 minutes into stream. If you could prepare 20 of each for me, I think we'd have enough for a surplus of medicine. Okay, we'll be back with the goods as you like. Quick as you like. Sorry about this. All my voices might be a little bit off tonight.
I see some relations have changed.
Everyone's getting the bends. Can you actually... Okay, that gives me a random question. Can you actually get the bends by, like, descending in altitude really quickly? Because I know that you can get it by going down in, like, water really quickly. I guess we are going under... I guess they are underwater, actually.
We're quite well traveled by now, huh?
Why can I not go to the prison camp? I want to go back to jail. There's a side quest smack bang in the middle here. One over here that I never found. But, wait a sec. What fast travel? What fast travel spot is the dock at? I actually just don't remember.
It should be operable now.
Santa can't contain her excitement.
Now, we wait.
It was definitely a decision to put the fast travel point at the bottom
Should
of
we
the
stop in on
elevator
Travis while we're here.
instead of the top of the elevator.
Oh, you guys are best buds now. That's nice.
Huh. Wait, what? I might be being stupid.
I am the calm amidst the storm. I am the moon reflected in a stream.
Relax, we'll be down in just a sec.
I totally forgot that Kamaravi was scared of heights. Now. Ah! Whoa, let's not be hasty. I don't remember what Lance sounds like. Whoa, let's not be hasty, mate. Huh? He goes splat! Excuse me, people walking up above. I wonder if you'd help me out a tad? I see now where the mix-up came to pass. You must have thought I meant to end my life. I only meant to do some practice falls. You see, the war room waiting there below, so there was never any concrete risk. Friend land on anything friend want, but from this height, death not optional. Why would you even want to do this? To gain permission for my true love's hand. Hand? What hand? Her hand, my dear, in marriage, nothing less. A jeweled pebble is what a suitor needs if he's to have his marriage recognized, so I have promised thus to bring one home. I see, so a marriage necessitates finding this pebble. Our problem's really of another kind, you see. Our family standings are of such. Wait, you're outsiders, are you not? My lady love is of a noble house, and their old-fashioned representative is not inclined to bless our wedding wish. I begged and pleaded for 100 days, and finally the answer came back, yes. So, you need to find the jeweled pebble to prove your worth. What does that have to do with flinging yourself from high places? Jeweled pebble's only found in one place. At Lavi Sandbar is the place it sleeps, at sight in yonder Erythia Sea. Ye old English throws me off. The sandbar, though, may prove to be a testing task. At far remove from City Fair it lies, its shore reached only by one with a boat. Of course, I haven't access to a boat, so swimming is the only choice I have. I estimate the swim will take 10 days, so till then I must fortify myself. And what more bracing action can there be than leaping from some high-up, lonely place? The Napon of the caravan it was who told me this brilliant technique. I hear it's a well-respected way to get marriage recognized, in fact. Wow, that is one hell of a callback. That is a callback to a very random Xenoblade 1 side quest. Where it's like, you jump off of a pit. Or you jump off of a thing into a pool of water to prove that you're an adult in Napon society in Xenoblade 1. I see. That's why, my friends, that's why, my friends, I tell you true, you needn't worry over this man here. My training has begun in earnest, yes. My Julieta waits for my success. Romero and Julieta. I just put that together. Your Julieta's gonna be waiting a long time if you kill yourself jumping off of high things, mate. I am so sorry, my voices are so far off today. Romero? You said the pebble's all you need. Correct. We have our own vessel. We could take you up to Lavi Sandbar. You will? By ship, the trip's much less than 10 days long. I'd be so grateful if you'd help me out. Where might we find this Lavi Sandbar? I'll send your iris where our target lies. It won't be long now till my goal is reached. Sweet Julieta, wait a little more.
Good to add more names.
So... It's... Oh, here's the dock.
I see some relations have changed.
Not now, Salmon. There's a shiny over here. Secret storage key.
Wonder what's inside.
Really?
Let's go someplace else.
Huh? Hey, did you guys hear something?
Weird. But okay.
Every day's a training day.
Where? Trying to, Oh, wait. I was mistaken.
Hunger is stirred. Should we eat? Fortify the spirit.
Seen what Mobius did to the Great Sword? How on Ionius are we supposed to go toe-to-toe with that? Believed we could take them down with the Ouroboros' help. Now I think we might very well be better off hiding for our lives. The one that I actually need, the one that I walked past. Or orders for the lost numbers at the castle. Up for another run? No way, not this time. Getting Gondor to approve them took years off my life last time. Hey, that's Gray. Gray, what are you doing here? Take me with you. I want to put a stop to all this for Guernica's sake.
Good to add more names.
Weird.
Better make sure we're well rested. Let's lay out the facts.
Pain in the ass. Sorry, something wrong? I guess I could tell you lot. There's been negotiations about who from the lost numbers should be left stationed at the castle. Negotiations with the city? Eh. Yep, they've said it should be someone who can stay on good terms with Agnes. That's not your voice, that was closer to Mio's. If there was anyone like that, we wouldn't be in this whole damn mess in the first place. You sound really worked up. And here's the kicker. We gotta keep it to one unit. Can you believe it? The bitch queen strikes again. Well, let's just slow down for a moment. Hey, I know. Why don't you help us out? You got nothing better to do, right? I would like you to rethink what you just said. Huh. Monica's calling us. Ugh, speak of the bitch queen. You don't reckon she was listening, do ya? Monica, what's up? Hey, sorry to bother you. Something's come up, and we'd really need your help rather urgently. We wanted to retrieve the contents of the material storage warehouse, but there's been a difficulty. Huh? Material storage warehouse? The one the conservatives held? Well deduced, the very same. I'm sorry, all of these voices are awful. According to Garrett, he's not had the time to fetch it ever since the city shifted location. But I can't just bear leaving it all there. There's a lot of good stuff, after all. I wanted to send an armory down that way, but there's a bunch of monsters around. Yeah. I'm just gonna read this. I was hoping you could take out some of the ones in that area. Understood. Thanks in advance. She sure is good at dishing out orders. Come on then, let's get it over with. You coming with us, Gondor? We'll be fine by ourselves. I need something to take my anger out on. You're gonna have to put up with me. Just keep track of what you're punching, eh? Okay, so now we have that. Okay. So, from there,
Time to venture out.
we're not going to start that immediately. Because I actually do need to go to the dock. Because apparently, like right here, there's a piece of information that I need. Oof, my bruises have bruises and my aches have aches. Is it me, or has the training been particularly vicious lately? With the Ouroboros around, I guess they're expecting Mobius to get more rowdy too. I want to say that that's the piece of information that I need. I can probably double check that. Okay, that is the piece of information that I need for that. Now we go to Asia Region Upper. We go to Colony Omega. So I'll probably be reiterating this through stream as people come in and out. One of the games that I'm... Like, I'll probably do, like, a Twitter poll on it or something. I don't want to jump straight from Xenoblade into Xenosaga, despite the fact that I really want to play the Xenosaga games. So I was thinking that I could break up these Xeno games with something else. Namely, oh, wait, is this the stupid spot that I've seen people complain about? I was considering either, Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, because that game is fantastic and I love it. And, there it is, yep. The real question is, can you actually... Oh, I thought that the whole meme with this area was that you couldn't actually fall all the way down here. Huh. That's cool. But, I was thinking about either playing, Shantae and the Pirate's Curse next, because I love that game and I've been looking for an excuse to replay it. Or...
Not to worry, just stick
if
to
I
the plan.
wanted to do another RPG back-to-back with this game. That isn't Xenosaga. I was thinking Golden Sun,
We can't just leave
because
this
I've
be.
heard good things about Golden Sun.
Is this, like, a rare thing?
Also, this whole area over here is an entirely new area that I didn't even explore because it wasn't main story stuff.
Never seen this place before.
A cursed mist.
Ouch, oof, owie.
Like this.
My skin has been dissolved.
Quite a rare sight.
You know, now that I think about it, I like that they added the lucky monsters as a way to grind drops, but at the same time, I don't think I've killed a single lucky monster in, like, 7 episodes. And I most certainly have not gone out of my way to kill one in longer.
That smarts.
Okay, where is this? weird. Am I missing, like, a prerequisite here or something? I might be.
Huh? Is that...
What? Huh? What? Okay, that's dumb. So not for this. I don't know what's going wrong with this. For the whole thing with Ethel here, you have to have somebody hit level 20 in Kamaravi's class. Or not level 20, level 10 in Kamaravi's class. Which actually... I'm about to make use of a feature I haven't made use of in the entire playthrough. Honestly, I probably should have used that feature a lot more, considering that that only cost me 30 silver Notbon coins.
Perhaps we should pay a visit to the lab. There might still be something hidden there.
That's a very odd requirement for that.
What is this place? And... is that a cradle?
I remember this room.
Anything you want to tell us, Kamaravi?
This is where I awoke. Met Miyabi and the others.
So that means that cradle is...
It is no simple cradle. Fitted inside is a device which matures a life to a state close to homecoming.
That makes sense. So that's what Y used when reviving Mwamba and the others.
Kamaravi, is that cradle still usable?
The installation works, just barely. Why do you ask such a thing?
Ethel, you're not thinking...
Our enemies are supernatural beings. Monsters who use human lives for fodder. You can all fight against them, but me... as I am now, I'm barely able to protect myself. All I can really do is hang back and watch, so as not to be a hindrance. But... suppose I was to use this cradle...
Ethel, you don't have anything to prove.
As far as the choices available to you go, you could also return to the city and live a peaceful life. And yet you're saying you want to throw your body back under war's grindstone and spend your life fighting. Then, you are ever thus. By the time you speak your mind, your body and soul are long ready. I think you should do as you wish.
Kamaravi, are you sure it's fine? To embroil her in what's ultimately our fight?
Ethel's path should be hers to choose. I'm certain her resolve is firm. If she wished for a life of peace, she would not have followed us this far. The way must have been inside her all along.
I suppose that's true, yes. But still...
I am anxious about the result, same as you. Nevertheless, as a devoted follower of none other but the warrior's way myself, I wish to respect the will and resolve of one who has chosen the same path. I believe Ethel's freedom is hers to do with as she wishes.
Thank you, Kamaravi.
At the same time, I am of course not in a position to decide such things myself. We have conveyed to you our desire. Would you tell us your opinion in turn?
Well, what should we do?
Yeah, go ahead. She got her clothes back as well.
How are you feeling, Ethel?
Oh, never better. I mean that literally. It's as though new strength is welling up inside of me. This way I'll be able to fight by your side too. You have my thanks.
Huh.
What's wrong, Kamaravi?
Silvercoat.
Silvercoat? What does that mean?
I'm not sure. When I saw you just now, the word simply came to me. As though something
There's some
was
weird lighting
guiding
stuff
me.
going on in the
What
background
in the
there.
world?
Do you see the weird lighting thing on the...
This sensation. From where did it spring?
Kamaravi. I can explain.
What we should be thinking about now is the future. What we can achieve in unison, no?
Huh.
I said I could be your eyes. That has not changed. Just as you showed me the way before, let me now be your guide.
I totally forgot that Kamaravi is blind in one eye now.
You are right. You can see that which I cannot, indeed. I wanted to live life true to myself, but the answer is still not clear. But perhaps by working together with you.
Let's search for the answer hand in hand, Kamaravi. With unity between us, nothing can be impossible.
Meanwhile, everyone in the background is just like,
I see some relations have changed.
So, we can have Ethel in the team again. which is fantastic. Is that weird lighting? It might not be, it might just be like a weird like force field thing on the Levnus or Piranus, I guess. Except it's not on this one, it's only on the other one. Well, that explanation got shot down real quick. Is it on this one? This one's got light on it. No, it's not. That's really weird. Huh. So... where do we go from here? Because... can I... well, I'm gonna save.
It's good to keep a record.
Why is this not triggering? I don't just have the side mission and I'm being dumb, do I? Huh. Why is this not triggering? I wonder if this guide is just dumb. Okay. Jeez. Why does this have so much stuff that's a prerequisite? I want you to know that this hero quest has like 6 prerequisites for some awful reason. Okay. Have I done herding monsters? To Colony 4 we go.
Such a pleasant fragrance.
Hey, did you see that? That massive sea vortex just up and
This place
vanished.
feels so familiar.
Yeah, okay, but you saw the massive thing that came out of it, right? Way bigger than any Pharaonis I've ever seen. Monsters are now even reaching Baron Null, apparently. One of our guys got attacked recently, too, right? We've got to do something in fast. There we go. Now we go to canteen, have a discussion.
Shall we eat? They say an army.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Uni, why were you just standing? That was weird. There was like nobody on the left side of the table.
Let's lay out the facts.
So, just as we finish off solving the resources problem, a pack of monsters shows up. They said they'd deal with it, but we should help, right? And how long are we supposed to hold their hands? Have you forgotten what we're actually meant to be doing? What? No, of course not. Colony 4 problems are for Colony 4 to solve. Ethel said as much. And we're outsiders. The more we meddle, the more they'll be on guard against us. Do you think that what we've been doing is just meddling? Meddling, not meddling. Who cares as long as we're helping? The actions you believe to be correct don't always lead to good outcomes. I think I remember Ethel saying that. That's not your voice. Yes, but think about it. Doesn't it mean that if you don't take the action in the first place, you can't know if it's good or bad? Oh! Mio, she's right, is what she is. Sitting here, wringing our hands won't do anything. The Colony 4 gang are gonna be at the Baron Knoll, right? That ain't far. We can at least, look in on them, make sure they're handling themselves. I agree with Uni. Tyon? No objections. It's a logical conclusion following what I originally said. Good. We'll do everything we will. Okay. We'll do everything we'll do something anyway. Okay. So we do this.
Where to from here?
Let's go someplace else.
Why did that not change my active quest? I definitely just warped
Such
to
a
the...
pleasant fragrance.
Of course I warped to the wrong one, because I wasn't paying attention. Sorry about that. Wonder how much I could just kick that thing's ass if I wanted to.
Another step forward.
I'm really surprised I didn't find this place. This is in a very small section of the map I haven't been to. Hey, look! Let's pitch in. What? You? Conversation can wait. We'll take it from here. These things are gonna go down in, like, single auto attacks.
Good to add more names.
Not a bad move.
You can very clearly tell that I am severely overleveled for this. How is everyone? No injuries? Why did you help us? Do we need a reason? Well, Agnes helping out Kevis is unheard of, isn't it? Your point. Do you not get it yet? We do not trust you. Mimi, it's him. Oh, you again. You just don't die, do you? We heard you were in close with the commander. But that doesn't mean anyone else in Colony 4 trusts you. We've literally got your commander with us currently. We're not trying to win your trust. You just needed help. What did you say? I don't care about obligations. I just don't want to turn my back on anyone who fights for others. That's why we stepped in. No more reason than that. So you act in accordance with your principles, is that it? Ha! That's the best lie an Agnes lover like you could even come up with. Sorry, we overstepped our bounds. We'll go. Ugh. Okay, fine. I approve of Ethel's judgment. Huh? I apologize for what I said before. I was just trying to test you. Come on, Maxie, what are you saying? Commander trusted you from the start. We have a duty to abide by her wishes. We heard about the thing with the medical supplies. That was all you. Anyway, we may as well introduce ourselves now. I'm Maxie, tactician, squad leader. Good lad, Maxie. So, what kind of test were you talking about earlier? We wanted to use this opportunity to make sure of something, whether we could entrust our mission to, well... what? Captain, you mean your strategy was aimed at them? I was pretty sure you'd pass. Wait, are you serious right now? Them? Jeremy, I'm not saying this makes up for the past. But we can't forget that we're fighting for the living. We're in a critical situation. We need to break out of it while we can. We've got just the plan to do it. I want your help to make it happen. Are you sure about this? I'll be frank, we don't have the firepower. We're busy shoring up colony defense, so taking out some enemies will help us. But more than that, I thought that proving your sincerity to everyone would be inspiring. I see. There's some days yet before the operation begins, so just think it over. Right. That was the guy at the canteen that was like, I'm gonna poison your food to,
I see some relations have changed.
to Mio and Senna way back when. Like, that was in, like, episode 2. Okay. So, now that we've got that... Okay, so now we need to go back to Colony 4. And look for more info.
Say, about this thing with Ethel.
Yeah. I guess we should tell Boliaris about it personally.
Oh, that's cool. There's an option to... Tactician squad got back from recon. This is the thing I need. Right then. Guess that means it's finally time for you-know-what. Let me guess, we're gonna come up here, and Boliaris is gonna be like, Ethel, is that you? He's gonna be flipping his shit. Oh, phew, you made it back okay. Boliaris gave us the heads up. We heard what happened, so Ethel's... Your expression says it all. She bet her life on the fight, and she's gone. Ugh. No. Oh, Ethel. She was always charging off on her own. Spark it. Okay, enough blathering. We need to decide where to go from here. Yeah, you're right. So now what, Boliaris? Boliaris, hello? Huh? No, not huh. We need a plan. Oh, right. I'm sorry, I just need some time to think. Excuse... Hey, Boliaris. He's taking it pretty badly, as you'd expect. The smoothest course is for the lieutenant to step up as commander. If things fall apart here, then that's going to endanger Colony 4's survival. Yeah, but he's not up to it. Nothing we can do. We need Ethel now more than ever. Boliaris. You know,
I see some relations have changed.
getting this, getting this side quest with Ethel
I see some
literally
relations have
in
changed.
our party is really funny to me.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Okay. So we need to discuss
I
this.
think we need to discuss this.
I wonder what Maxie's plan is. Whatever it is, he trusts us now, right? Something to celebrate.
Yeah, it's good to know we haven't just been yelling into the void. We're useful.
That said, not everyone was happy.
That Jeremy lad, he's probably been through a lot. And Maxie said himself, not everyone's ready to be bezies with
Bezies? In which case, is it wise to take him at his word?
I think we should. Must, even. He's worried about Colony 4, naturally. And if we resolve the misunderstandings about us, as Maxie said... Well said, Mimi.
Act first, worry later, yeah? Yeah, there's no point in rehashing it. We just need to do what we believe is right. Thank you for keeping that very short. I did not press the set as active quest button. Crap. I am also going to do this now.
I think we need to
That was
discuss
short.
this.
Before or now? I can't tell which one was tougher. What's this about? Ah, nothing really. I was just thinking about the training regime those lost numbers go through. I hear it's a real gauntlet.
That's how you toughen up, ain't it? Not like I'd want to sign up myself. Right? Ours wasn't pleasant at all.
But what it boils down to it, I think it's the trainees who are better off, yeah? Compared to what we're doing now. Exactly, yeah. Life was a lot easier back when we were new recruits, right? That does make a kind of sense. All we do these days is fighting, and then more fighting. Yeah, you get me?
What sort of training do you think they'd actually go through?
You curious too, Senna? You wanna come with? We could check it out together.
Yeah, now you're talking. It's always fun to shop around for some new accessories. You lot really are getting into this idea.
The training ground should be near the dormitory. I think we spent the night there once. Yeah, let's drop by when we're in the area. That was also actually surprisingly short. I guess maybe the one for Senna's quest was longer, just by virtue of it had lines for Gondor thrown in there as well. Whoa.
So you wish to utilize this thing of which I meant to dispose. Such daring lunacy. That is what I would dub it.
It would be a dreadful waste to throw it away. There's always a use. Always. People, lives, the lot. Why?
I stand corrected. Then, what manner of use is it that you have envisioned?
The lost numbers.
The city ruffians. You do know, no life can be harvested therefrom.
Yes, I am aware. That's why I'll have my toy soldiers play a little game. The lives of the fallen will be amassed in this special flame clock, as a reward for the final lass or lad left standing.
Oh.
The cream of the crop of youth competing for glory. Oh, is that not simply sublime?
Oh, great. I can't believe that they put this in a side quest. That's, what's his face from the flashbacks, who was the, High Entia that is an awful person.
such a pleasant fragrance.
I was not expecting that to happen after I finished that information. So, we need to go to quests. We need this quest. Probably would have been faster for me to just walk over here, but okay. Can I jump through this window? No, it actually has glass. Wait, you're really going to accept? Pfft, come on, mate. You're the one who brought it up. It's strange for me to say, but it's quite the selfish request. Nothing I could have done if you'd change your minds. Do you trust us a bit now? I do. I've learned not to be so hasty in judging people. So, what's the plan? Essentially, there are 3 monsters to take out. But not essentially. It won't be easy, which is why you came to us. Good guess. These 3 are pretty big deals. They control all the monsters around the colony perimeter. You could say they're the boss monsters. We scouted out their lairs, but Colony 4 doesn't have the firepower to spare on an extermination mission right now. Deploying all the squads who are meant to be protecting the colony would be pretty backwards. But as long as these bosses are running wild, you can't resolve the monster attacks. Exactly. So, think you can do it? In our sleep, we'll take him out in no time. Ethel's over here just like... Really?
Could we find out any more about these monsters?
If you want to know more, then you should ask the scouts. Who found the lairs. My team, actually. Jeremy, Floran, and Yord are your guys. Jeremy's gonna try to send us into, like, an awful situation. I know it.
Wait. Oh, wait. Wasn't Jeremy the one who was with you before?
Yeah. Look, if he gives you any grief, report it to me and I'll deal with him. First order of business is to talk to those 3 scouts, then. Thanks for this, and good hunting.
I see some relations have changed.
Hi, Yord. You're here.
Captain's already briefed me. I'll give you the info we collected on the monster.
Much appreciated.
It's a Wolf, but bigger than a normal one. It covers a wide territory and it's extremely agile. We analyzed its movements and confirmed Piento Basin is the site of its lair. And that's about it.
Thanks, that's plenty of information for us to be getting on with.
Don't let your guard down. We've already lost friends to this. We'll take it seriously, and we'll do our best to put it down. Thank you.
Man, Jeremy, you went to a very odd spot to get to. There's a grind rail there that I can mess with when I'm done with this.
Gotta keep nice and limber.
What do you want? Didn't Maxie tell you? We want to hear what you know about the monsters you scattered out. Target's hunting grounds are southwest of here in Nile Valley. Anything else? We're in a bully circle right now. Not for you. What? What? Isn't knowing its location enough? Try not to die, traitors. Oi, listen, you.
Leave it, Lance.
Okay. So now we go up through here. I do want to get Floran's information before I leave, but...
Time to take the fast way. Wonder what's inside.
Oh, that gave me a gold Knockon coin. Nice.
Let's use this.
It's really interesting to me that that ladder is actually climbable. Like... How in the world have I never passed through that gate? Man.
Here you are. I guess you want to know about the monster? Correct. Would you be willing to give us more detailed information? Your enemy's the boss of the Arachnos, and if it wasn't trouble enough, it'll have brought its minions along. If you want to be certain to catch it, you'll want to ambush it by Raptor Perch. Makes sense. Raptor Perch, you said. Where's that exactly? In the middle of Dana Desert, east of here.
Got it. We'll take a look.
People died even to get this much information, you know. But we have to defend the colony. So, I don't say this out of duty. All of our hopes go with you.
Okay.
Check out what it bombed.
Oh shit, that's actually a unique monster. Honestly, cool looking unique monster.
This will be a challenge.
I don't think we'll run into any issues.
Oh no, I guess this is a story monster, not a unique monster.
Butterfly blade.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
You know, it's somehow fitting that you get no experience and no rewards for doing that, because it's his. You want to know another mechanic that I haven't interacted with in forever? The skirmish mechanic. Like, there's very little incentive to actually engage in skirmishes. Okay, so it is in the cave here.
Topographical info update.
This cave that I also haven't been in.
Oh, got a rare doodah right here.
Okay, so I don't think that this is where I'm actually supposed to be going, but I do want to explore here, because this looks cool. What? Excuse me? What? How in the world did I go the entire game without getting that?
Kappa thinking. On. Correctamundo.
Why do the doors talk? How in the world did I go the entire game without ever seeing that? That's just an ether. Yes, you did in
Better
fact
send them
close the
off.
door. What of it? Is that the, kill these enemies or you won't be able to proceed?
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
Leave it to me. Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks.
Good, Aetion.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
This whole cave is really odd. This isn't what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm very curious now. There's a barrel over here. I wonder if it's got gold coins in it.
I hope we can make use of this.
Nope. Pure gemstones, which are used for, crafting, I believe. For gem crafting. Another puzzle door.
Kappa Vikings, on!
I should write this all down.
Correctamundo!
Man.
Sweet, let's poke around.
Oh, such luck.
So this is how you get up here.
So much to see, huh?
Seek and Berber.
Wonder what's inside.
I'm kind of surprised that with all of the, stuff you had to go through that this isn't one of the, special scenic locations. Matt, you there, tell your thoughts. What thoughts? Thoughts from experiencing masterpieces of Berber. Do these masterpieces happen to be those huge puzzle devices that open the doors on the way here? Oh, so friends did enjoy. Did you make it so people could enjoy it? Berber did do that. Berber want to share moments of excite and delight with all peoples. Well, excitement is one word for it. That most important thing. But Berber aware that this method unsatisfactory. Berber will give even more thrill and spill experience to thrill-seeker friends. Berber has hidden Nopon coinage all over the world, and now Berber want friends to find them and bring them back. Here is hint of hiding place. They are in mighty exciting places. Of course, Berber has also arranged a reward system. First bring 15 Nopon coins. Oh, not to forget is coins of silver that Berber request. Oh.
Good to add more names.
Hey. Here, have coins. Master Pawn Berbers brings Seek up to date. First Secretary Seek taking over all Nopon coin receipt duties in place of very busy Master Pawn. Friends know that Nopon coins come in gold and silver. Friends can exchange number of Nopon coins for reward. So then, Seek has prepared reward for bring Nopon coins, so when ready, give Seek shout.
Good to add more names.
Here are available
So much
rewards.
choice.
Whew. That is a, I can see why that's 99, because that is a very useful... I mean, I might as well just buy the shell necklace to get the quest.
It's a pleasure doing business with friends. Master Pawn exceeding happy since friends came. Before friends leave, please say hello to Master Pawn.
Oh-ho! Are friends having exciting adventures out in the world? I guess so? Oh-ho! Berber, glad to hear. Berber, remember thrill of finding first Nopon coin. Berber not stop grinning for 7 whole days. Berber want friends to feel same way. Berber hidden more Nopon coins than friends can count. Friends must search all Ionios with great excitement. Of course, rewards will keep on coming. What rewards, friends ask? Seek, seek, tell, answer. Now please keep having more thrilling fun. He gave us 4 of the coins back.
I see some relations have changed.
Wow. That was... okay. To be fair, that was actually 100% worth it, because, I do want to do some, like, off-stream, potentially, or just, like, bonus stream grinding to prepare for challenge mode, because, challenge mode kinda has a, in previous Xenoblade titles, namely, I guess, Xenoblade 1 Definitive Edition did have a challenge mode, didn't it?
Here we go.
It wasn't great, but, 2 had some absolutely ridiculous challenges in challenge mode. Like, the boss with the, there's a boss with, like, Final Fantasy level amounts of health.
Time to do the right thing, eh?
We have done more flute playing in this stream than, like, multiple entire streams beforehand.
That smarts. I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
We can do it. No. Whatever happened to not being careless?
Okay.
Are they fighting each other? Rude.
Did Lance just say rude? He's like, are they fighting each other? Rude.
This'll be a challenge. Don't lose focus.
No, it
Let's
won't.
end this quick. Face
Watch this.
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Butterfly blade!
I see you, man.
Quick draw! Butterfly blade! That was over way too soon!
Hear that, Noah? Lance.
So... now we can warp to here.
Want something a bit meatier?
something a bit meatier. Maxie, it's done. All 3 monsters are taken care of. What? Really?
Here's some proof. A little bit of each of the monsters. Isn't nature beautiful?
This is... Huh, wow. Yeah, thanks.
This will result in less attacks from the monsters too. It's gotta be good.
We'll take it from here then. Don't worry, we won't let your work be in vain. That said, if I were to ask one more little favor... Yeah, sure, whatever you want. Could you run these monster pieces up to the procurement division?
The procurement division?
The department in charge of managing the colony supplies. They deal with anything scavenged from monsters. The head of the division is called Solon. Tell him I sent you, he'll understand. Okay, Solon, we got it. We'll hand the goods over. Thanks again for all this. I can't express how grateful I am. No, I want quests. Trust me, all of these seemingly random side quests are the missing requirements to get the
Such a pleasant
hero
fragrance.
I'm missing. Hello, can I help you? Maxie asked us to give you these. Let's see. Oh, looks like a certain operation went pretty well. Thanks so much for everything you've done. I'll find a good use for these. It's pretty out of character for Maxie to have entrusted you with this job.
We thought so too. Getting outsiders involved in such an important task?
No, not that. I mean, on a personal level. Maxie used to be such a lone wolf. We're in the same cohort. I've nearly read that as Cohoot because I've got Monster Hunter brain rot. And he too used to be a real loose cannon. He was really a lot to deal with.
Huh? Really? Him? That's a surprise.
The old Maxie would have gone on a solo monster hunt. Somehow he became a squad captain and learned how to ask for help. It's kind of a moving story, really. Oops, that certainly took a turn. Let's keep this between us, okay? Hope to see you around the colony. Okay.
I see some relations have changed.
So now... Also, I just realized, I need to go to the barracks.
Better make sure we're well rested.
There we go. Holy crap! Ethel is level 77.
I definitely feel stronger.
Where to from here?
No, I need the upper. Really? Where is this? Okay, I've already done that. I think. Pretty sure that's considered main story. Yep, I've done that. Okay. So I guess we go to... Really? We're still... Oh, it's this right here. Hey, Nautilus. Hey, are you okay? Ugh. The unit. All dead. Gotta report to Captain. Shh, don't talk. Get him to the medic team. Hurry. How are you doing, Nautilus? We're going to get a doctor. Hang on a little longer. Ugh. How are the bumps and bruises? Better, mostly. Thanks for saving me. What happened out there? You mentioned a unit. Oh, well... It's fine, you can talk to them. Maxie. Thanks for watching out for him. Seems like all I'm doing lately is getting bailed out by you lot. Oh yeah, I don't know if you were here. I was talking about potential ideas for the next playthrough, and I was saying that I'm considering... Granted, you know, these are ideas that are on the table. They're not necessarily the only ideas on the table, but I'm considering either Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, because I love that game, or trying out Golden Sun on the Game Boy Advance, because I've heard that Golden Sun is, like, amazing. We just happened to be in the area. Pretty lucky. Captain Maxie, Take it easy, okay? I'll do the talking. Fighting with Agnes has kind of lost its meaning since Colony 4's flame clock was broken. So he sent secret messengers out all over to tell all the other colonies the truth.
So he's one of those messengers?
Right, part of the covert team dispatched by the Tactician Squad. If everything went well, I was hoping we could establish a cooperative network between the colonies.
I'm sorry, Captain. The unit is gone.
What? But what happened? Was it monsters?
No, not monsters. Alevnis attacked us.
From Agnes?
I don't know. How can you not know?
It just showed up out of nowhere. Before we knew it, our escort was...
I'd never seen Alevnis like that before.
He was monstrous.
What do you think of all this?
As soon as they hit the unit, it should have been clear to them that we didn't have flame clocks, so there wasn't anything for them to gain. And despite that, they annihilated them. Doesn't make sense. But if they did, knowing full well what our goal was...
You're saying the enemy's intention was to stop the information from getting out? To isolate Colony 4?
Alevnis that appeared out of nowhere. Like nothing anyone's ever seen. No, it can't be. What's up, Noah? Maxie, do you know where the attack took place? Well? We met them at Murmur Rise. They must have been lying in wait. There you have it. But you aren't actually going there, are you? I'm afraid we probably are. I have a hunch as to who the assailants might be. Are you serious? I'm not sure yet. That's why I want to do some digging. But this is a Colony 4 matter, so you have the final say. I'd be grateful if you would, actually, but I do have a condition. I get to go with you.
No skin off our collective nose, but it's a good idea for the Is it a good idea for the captain to leave his post? No, but I'm going anyway. Okay, then we should set off soon. Captain, we'll take care of this. Your job is to rest. Understood. Luck be with you. I have apparently passed through Murmur Rise once. Oh, wow, this is over in the Colony 9 area. But yeah, it's always really weird, like, I don't know why it messes with my brain so much, but, like, having my, like, Tuesday day off, like, really throws me for a loop for some reason. Because, like, my brain is like, okay, you stream every day, but I don't actually stream every day. I only stream the,
Look, a supply drop.
every day except for
What should we
Tuesday.
do?
Oh, that's really cool. You can see the Cloud Keep up over there.
I hope we can make use of this.
Also, like, man, I love this game. Like, no joke, this is the first game in a long time that has rivaled Xenoblade 1 in terms of, like, how much I just love this game. I also want the supply drop. I don't know why I want the supply drop, because it's probably going to be completely useless, but...
We should be able to use some of this.
What? What do you mean the container is locked? Excuse me? I didn't even realize that supply drops could be locked. I do, like, before I go off saying, like, oh, like,
I'll claim the ether here.
I don't want to say outright that Xenoblade 3 is, like, my new favorite game, because I want to see what the DLC for this game offers. And if it's gonna be another situation like Xenoblade 2 Torn of the Golden Country, where it's like its own game, or if the DLC for this game is going to be a lot more, like, focused on the actual... Because, like, Torna is a prequel, and it has very little to do with the actual... Well, I guess not very little, but, like, you can play Torna without having played
the base game of 2. And you can actually get a physical of Torna, which is really cool. Well, they're expensive, but... Well, that's a write-off. That's write-off. Let's search the area. Maybe whoever did this left some clues. Who the... Found him! Knew it. Levnus is like the one that attacked us in Mac the Wildwood. Maxie, are you ready to fight? Why else do you think I came? But I'm really curious to know if this story DLC that's supposed to be coming out within the next year is, like, proper, like, continuation story DLC of some kind, which would be a bit interesting, considering the state that this game ended in.
Planning on leaving the party early?
What in the... It's not over yet. Here it comes.
Eyes over here! Thanks! A fusion of our strength! Let me shoot you! Eyes here! How about this? A fusion of our strength! Eyes here! Let me give you a taste! What?
The other thing that I will say is that, like, as much as I, like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm streaming it, but, like, this game felt very short. And maybe it's just because I finished it in, like, a total of, like, what is it, 14 play sessions, I think? One of those being absolutely ridiculously long. Or 2 of those, actually. 2 of them were, like, 6.5 hours long. Where the spark is it, those cowards? Snuff you all. Don't jerk us around. Get back here. Maxie. My men died because of me. Through my own lapse in judgment, I may as well have killed them myself. All the revenge in the world won't change that. Your anger is natural. You've lost friends.
We can send you a team off if you want.
Could you, please?
Such is the officer's duty.
Well, so much for unmasking our enemy.
Yeah, this is all just speculation, but you going around breaking flame clocks mean that the war between us can stop. If that knowledge gets out, then we can end the war.
And this attack is the work of someone who doesn't want that to happen. Is that your theory?
That was a lot lower than Mio's voice usually is. Whether it's true or not, it looks like we have to stay on guard against more than Agnes and monsters now. Why is my... I don't know why that was so quiet in the audio readout. We have to be more careful about who our friends and enemies are. We can't afford to be careless. We won't make the same mistake twice, I promise you that. You okay, Maxie? Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Thanks to you. Sorry, I'm gonna get back to the colony. I have a lot of planning to do. Yeah, I bet. You better get yourself off home. Those Levnesses were clearly after you. Don't die, okay? You know, Maxie went from being, like, a jerk to being, like, actually a cool dude. Okay, so now... How many times have I said that? What? Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe it's just that the magnifying glasses don't show up unless you're in the area.
Huh? Is that?
Nope. Great. What am I doing wrong? Currently scrolling through. Okay. Charity and hypocrisy. Tactical eradication. Imminent illusion, which has been done. Severed connection, which is the one that I just did. Why do you need to make 6 separate quests? I just want this hero. Okay. I have like 5 tabs open currently. Okay. I actually might have the writer's block quest. Okay, no, but I do actually have the material that needs to be discussed to get it. I can guarantee that. Oh. I was like, wait a sec, what? You know, I thought that doing this first would be a good idea. It was not. I thought it was gonna be a simple, just like, go to point A to point B and not go from point A to point B, like, 35 different times.
We could do with some food.
Novel book.
Let's lay out the facts.
A novel? They're all the rage in the city. Some kind of book or something, I don't know.
A book? Can't be that good, then. I get the feeling they're pretty different from the textbooks we used to have to read.
Oh? Different how?
I don't know the details. Are you curious, though, Mio?
Just a little. Shall we read one of those novels and see what it's like? Yes, let's see if we can find one to buy in the city.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take on the world.
Welcome to Shop of Wellwell. What Wellwell can do for friends.
We were wondering if you have any novels.
Novels? Of course. Question borders on silly. What genre friends looking for?
What? Sorry, genre? Look, we have no idea, okay? What's popular in the city?
You want popular novel? That easy. Current bestseller is latest volume of Founder's Tale. Founder's Tale? That's the title of a novel, is it? Right. Right on money. Friends would care to buy?
What to buy?
Thankings for patronage. Friends choose well to choose well. Story of Founder's Tale is epic narrative of Ouroboros who were first founders of city. So it's a record that the founders themselves left behind? That right. That framing device of novel.
Framing what?
Wait, are you sure you can afford to sell something so important for such a low price? That interesting take. Friends certainly have lively sense of curiosity. Well, we'll do one better. Why not meet Miss Leanne, author of novel, directly?
We can meet the person that actually wrote this book.
Miss Leanne often go up for Constitutional in Virid Park. She lady of lofty wisdom, so well certain she able to satisfy friends' curiosity.
I see some relations have changed.
That is not a gap I can jump. No joke, I think it's actually just gonna be faster for me to teleport to the other side of this. Actually, not gonna lie, that loading time was like lightning fast.
Smarts.
Excuse me, but would you happen to be Leanne? I would indeed. How can I help you? Wellwell told us that you're the person who wrote the Founder's Tale. Goodness, to think that our generation of Ouroboros would take interest in my humble scribbles.
Basically, we don't really get this whole novel thing.
Ah, of course, of course. That's only natural. I believe there isn't much in the way of printed storytelling outside the city, correct? Yes, I'd say so. Is it something like a diary? Well, you're not entirely wrong. in that I'm trying to recreate in detail the lives of the founders. But it's different from a real diary because I've made most of it up. What do you mean you made it up?
That's... wow. I've lost the voices again.
Well, to put it simply, it's sort of all lies.
What? You just pulled it out your arse?
Of course, I do strive to be the best, to the best of my ability, to make sure it hews close to the truth. There are so few documents and materials left in the city from the Founders' times. So regardless, I would always have to weave guesses and interpretations into my work to fill the gaps. That said, it's probably time to lay down my pen.
What do you mean? You don't want to write anymore?
Imagination has its limits. I find I've come to know the end of the line. I just don't know where I'd take the story from here. But you're mega popular, ain't you? Doesn't everyone love your novels?
That's not your voice. That's too prim and proper to be your voice, Uni.
They do, which is why I've been hoping for inspiration to strike. Though, you could say inspiration really has dropped from the heavens right in front of me.
Pardon?
This truly is serendipity. Would you mind helping me conquer my writer's block?
Writer's block sucks. Artist block also sucks. Trust me, I know. I swear, I go through, like, phases of getting really bad artist block for literal months at a time. And so it's like, I have, like, I tend to go from, like, doing a ton of art in, like, the span of, like, a month to not doing any in 3 months. And it sucks. Though I just posted a thing that was a Lapis on my Twitter. I was working on a little thing for Lapis, and she seemed to really enjoy it. But I'm currently working on, like, building blocks stuff because, like, I'm kind of like I'm self-taught, but I'm self-taught in a very poor way. And so I'm trying to go back and relearn how to, like, break things down into shapes and everything. And so that's been interesting.
Today's just a day for learning new concepts, I suppose. According to the records, the 6 founders traveled throughout the world looking for a new land. I've managed to pinpoint the exact locations they visited on their journey to help further my research. Unfortunately, I lack the robust constitution to be a soldier. Would you visit those places in my stead?
Honestly, I think a lot of people are self-taught artists in some way or another. Especially since a big part of art is just, like, learning how to develop your own style. But
what exactly do you want us to look for? Let me see. If you happen upon anything that looks out of the ordinary there, you could bring it back. I'm trying to see if there's anything out there beyond the information we have in the records. What are the locations you'd like us to look at? The distant fingertip and the Danad Desert in the Fornus region would be a great start. Then a couple of places in Pentalis, ruins of Cebu and the old Cliffside Way. Finally, a place in the Cadenzia region, called the Eternal Canopy. And that should be all.
So, you're asking us to go to all these places? Seriously? Hey Lapis, I was talking about how I did art for you, and it's on my Twitter. And you said that it was cute. Also, I specifically held off on doing Senna's side story until you came.
Get all your hardships out of the way while you're young. Once you get old, you can't do the fun stuff, even if you want to. I can't hold anything much heavier than a pen these days. Curse this old body. We'll help you, and we'll report back if we find anything. Thank you. I'll be waiting to hear back from you, young folk.
You don't look too old, Miss Leanne.
You're back. Did you find anything?
Okay, so we're handing over...
Ah, that's fair. Oh wait, there is something that I should do, though, before I get too far, like, too much deeper into this. I need to go to the Cloud Keep. Oh, in all honesty, you really haven't missed a whole lot, Lapis. The biggest thing that you've missed is that, we have, Ethel back. She's in our party currently.
Huh? Where's the Queen? Maybe she isn't there. But where is she then?
Ya da 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 da. Ya da 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 da.
Huh?
Gosh, this outfit is so good.
Haven't worn this for a while. Still looks pretty natty though, eh? Near old fox. So tough to get around in those bloody formal duds. One false step and you fall flat on your face. I finally feel like I can be myself. Really cut loose, I love it. Oh!
Oh.
What are you guys doing here?
We just, what are you?
Majesty, your clothes.
Are so good.
Wait, just hang on. Give me a second here, alright?
This... Okay. This outfit is amazing for multiple reasons. Like, it looks fantastic, but it's also a combination of both of her outfits from Xenoblade 2, which is... chef's kiss. She cut
Well
them.
met, all of you. Please accept my heartfelt welcome. I can offer you only a simple welcome today. But do please make yourselves comfortable.
You can drop the
Is
act,
something the
Nia.
matter?
Doesn't it wear on you? Acting like that.
What?
Noah?
No, it's perfectly fine. Dispense with such concerns. Pray, let not my regal status prohibit you from presenting your inquiries. Please, speak your minds.
Inquiries.
Alright, well, here's a question. What's that get-up all about?
Yes. Perhaps you would find my clothes rather curious.
I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, that's cool. No sweat.
Oh. No, it's nothing like that. Before, I told you all how the world was once divided into two, if you recall.
Yes, you told us when we first met. How could we forget that, Your Majesty?
These clothes belong to that era, when the worlds were two, unmingled. These raiments were created especially for me in that older realm.
So they're from your old world, Majesty?
Right. I suppose you could call it a keepsake of my motherland, if you like.
Motherland? Can you explain that word, please?
The place of my coming into existence in the world, of my infancy and upbringing. We called that our motherland.
Your Majesty's motherland? What kind of place could it have been?
Are you interested, Noah?
I am. The subject seems so huge I can scarcely begin to imagine it. If it please you, I'd love to hear more about your world, Your Majesty.
Certainly. I'd be happy to. Well, to begin with, I ought to explain... Actually, now that I think it over, if I were to tell you the whole of the story, a full day and night might not suffice, I fear. In fact, I'm certain of it.
Oh, I see. Then I'm sorry to have made such an unreasonable demand of you. Well, maybe another time then.
Even then, surely you have important matters you ought to be taking care of. It won't do for me to detain you here.
Huh? Well, I suppose so, but...
Therefore, let us go forth together.
Yes, Your Majesty, as you wish. Wait.
Forgive me, Your Majesty. I don't think we quite heard right.
That just... I love the pure confusion that you could see on Noah's face with the wait line, because you could see his eyes widen. He's like, as you wish, Your Majesty... Wait.
I mean to say that I will accompany you on your travels. That way, I'll be able to continue my tales. Night and day, every day if needs be. I mean, that is not to imply that being cooped up here the whole time is as lonesome as it is tedious. Or that I'm well pleased with myself for inventing an elegant, way-sneaky excuse to get out. It's nothing like that at all. Please do not misinterpret it thus.
No one was saying that anyway.
I suppose it may be a bit much, eh?
We weren't saying that either.
All right then, it's decided. A deal, shall we say?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Ah, yes!
Okay then, we humbly beg Your Grace, Your Majesty, or was that respectfully?
Oh, come now. No need for such formality. I ask only for your kind support, Noah. Oh, and from now on, I'd like you to address me simply as Nia. From now on, I'll be just another one of your ordinary fellow traveling folk. Oh, it's been so flippin' long! What I mean to say is... Oh, forget it.
It's been so flippin' long! Okay. I love Nia. She's getting Mike Wazowski'd currently by the expansion pass DLC thing. She looks so good! Holy crap. Okay. That's really cool. Saber Slash and Redemption are both arts that Rex gets while using Blade Nia. Yeah, do you like the flowers on it as well? This weapon has a really cool name as well. It's called the Catalyst Scimitar in Xenoblade 2. Mio's so cute in that outfit. I love it. Eh. Eh. I'm not gonna lie, this outfit doesn't really look good on anyone except Mio. It doesn't look bad on Senna. Okay. So, we need to go to Kevis Castle region. To a place I don't have. You know, I definitely think that, could you imagine how mad people would be if Melia and Nia were just, like, not available?
Her Majesty our Queen's getting up to right about now.
I wonder. How about we stop by the castle and pay her a visit?
It's kind of what we're doing. But yeah, could you imagine how angry people would be if you weren't able to get Melia and Nia as party members?
Excuse me.
Yeah. But they were also shown off in pre-release information.
Right.
As
I know
being
who
in
you
the
are.
game with their masked versions, but...
Your Majesty!
Did it fail?
I understand how you feel, but you must think of your own well-being. Please, have patience. I beg you.
Surely I have been patient enough. Stuck there in Origin. It's enough to send one insane.
Can we help you?
Her Majesty is insisting that she explore the outside world undercover.
This is also really cool because this outfit kind of is similar to her. It's like a combination of her outfit from base Xenoblade 1 and her outfit from the added epilogue from Definitive Edition.
I wanted to see for myself what the beings of this world thought, what they needed. Until now, all I could do was perceive data, but no longer.
I know, yes, but if you simply gave us the order, we could perform all the legwork for you.
There are things you can't understand unless you experience them for yourself.
Then at least allow us to accompany you.
If I go with you, won't that draw attention?
How about if we went with you? We're quite well traveled around Ionios now. There are plenty of places we could show you around, I'm sure.
And of course, we share a common goal. There are people out there living in the harshest conditions, yet still they struggle on. We want to help them all too, just like you.
You want to help?
More people makes for more merries. Would be mega merries with more Melia.
Manana, you must refer to Her Highness in the proper manner.
Manana speaking proper? Oh, that right. Many sorries, Melly.
That's what all the Nopon referred to her as in Xenoblade 1.
Melly?
Please, Your Highness, forgive our insolence.
Oh, Tyon did a boo-boo.
I didn't.
It's been a long time since anyone called me that. Then I have a proposal. They will be my only guards.
Your Majesty, why must you do this? What necessitates it? We have only just returned. You are the hope of all Kevers. Should the unthinkable happen, then...
You're such a fusspot, Isel. But I want you to understand. The future is not shouldered by me alone. It is something that is created by each and every person in the world. I never wanted to sit there in my ivory tower and gaze down from on high. That's not the kind of ruler I am.
I apologize. I spoke out of turn.
I'm not criticizing you. You are what I wanted. You are my hope. I have a request, or rather, something to discuss. Could I ask you to take a fellow traveler under your wing? Her name is Melia.
If that's truly what you wish for...
I don't see why not. Glad to have you with us, Melia.
Talking to the Queen on equal footing. That's crazy, mate.
As Nia's in the background.
I'm gonna feel so awkward.
No need for stress. Just act natural.
Oh, stomach of Manana getting rumbly.
Maybe some stress for Manana.
What's wrong?
Our wings. Your High. Sorry. I still can't believe you have them too, Melia. Makes me feel special. Like we're the same.
Right. We are the same.
Your Majesty, I urge you, please take care.
I'll be relying on you in my absence, Isel. I'm sorry to saddle you all with me, everyone. But I'm looking forward to it too. A new adventure. How strange it feels.
No way. Does Melia actually work like she does in Xenoblade 1? Starlight Kick is still here. Okay, so it's similar to how it works, but it's...
Now, Starlight Kick. Ouch!
I wonder if she still does the animation where she falls flat on her ass after using Starlight
I see some
Kick.
relations have changed.
I want to see if Melia has any unique dialogue about this mural here.
What a joy it is to be experiencing these sights firsthand again.
We'll happily take you wherever you want. Just say the word.
So... Also, can I just say how cool it is that Melia uses the, her weapon is the World Ender? I really wonder if it... I was gonna say, I really wonder if it's at all possible to, visit Melia's actual room that we saw her in the credits, and then I saw this path over here that I haven't been in.
Let's poke around.
Now, we wait.
Bye, Melia. Hi, Melia. Okay, that's really cool. That's a callback to Xenoblade 1. That single door is a callback to Xenoblade 1.
Queen's beans! This place is magnificent!
Something so valuable here.
Wonder what's inside.
Starting to get the feeling that we're not gonna be able to, finish the side stuff tonight.
Now, we wait.
We're leaving the 2 Hyantia behind.
Now, no nosying around. You aren't to open those. They're highly confidential.
Picture of Alchemoth in Erithsea. Do you think that if you could, like, clip the camera out of bounds here, if you would be able to, see the Monado replica behind here? Don't mind me, I'm just attempting to do something incredibly stupid. Oh, yep. Here's the stupid.
Like this.
It's sad, I want to know if the, thing is actually behind the painting, like it was in the... Actually, I wonder if there's, like, a room like this for Nia in, the Cloud Keep. Because, I mean, it seems to go higher up, but...
I'll come with you, and we will build the future.
Nia, do you have any extra dialogue here? So yeah, apparently Melia and Nia's ascension quests are essentially taking them to landmarks around the world that remind them of their respective worlds, which is really cool. It's also really interesting that there's a whole chunk of the map off to the left that we never explored.
Oh, for crying out loud! What are they doing here?
That's not your voice.
Save it for later. Here they come.
But yeah, it's really cool that Nia's kit is both Aegis swords and the Catalyst scimitar. This is in the caves. Oh. More of them.
Here as well?
Are they targeting us, or perhaps... Who cares? Let's take them down. I like these weapons that they're wielding. I hope whoever the hero is that we get from the hero quest gives us one of those. I just had a really stupid idea cross my head. Like, you know how sometimes, like, essentially, like, at the end of a game's, like, lifespan, sometimes developers will just add in, like, a very unbalanced but really fun to mess around with mode to the game. I was thinking, like, what if they did that, but what they did is they made it so that you could comprise your team of 7 heroes. Because, like, the sheer amount that would be busted. Also, you gotta love Erythia C frame rate drops. This place is gorgeous, but the stuttering is a bit weird. Especially, like, chain attacks. Like, chain attacks would be incredibly busted if you could have 7 hero chain attacks. I also was watching a video on how to make the most out of chain attacks, and the signifier,
So much to see, huh?
Fiona's class. I was like, wait, it's not Fiora. Fiora's the girl from Xenoblade 1.
That container.
Fiona's class
Doesn't look like we can go through here.
is incredibly busted in chain attacks. Namely, if you combine it with running it on someone else and run Ashira in your hero slot.
So much to see, huh?
Because if you do that, Ashira's chain order activation bonus is that she gives power charge to everyone. And because of Fiona's signifier abilities, if you have 2 signifiers, you can essentially pass the power charge back and forth between the 2 while giving it to everyone else in the process. I think this might be more than just a coincidence.
Do you think they're after the same thing we are? If that's true, then I guess we're onto something pretty good.
I find it really funny that these fights are like treated like, you know, like a boss fight or whatever, a mini boss fight. But they're all exactly the same level.
You're on fire, Lance!
Hey, here's what we needed.
I'm pretty sure that's all I need. I think I just need to go to the city. You know, I keep forgetting that this skill tree is a thing. I wonder if they're gonna add a custom difficulty mode like they did in 2.
Smarts!
You're back. Did you find anything?
Okay, so we're handing over...
What? It's not down here, is it? Okay. Where am I missing that item?
Okay, so we're handing over...
Need a reminder of locations? Gladly. Distant Fingertip and Dana Desert. Okay. So it's somewhere in Dana Desert. Oh. I'm just blind, apparently. Never been over here before.
Well, this just made my day.
You can never go wrong with some ether.
I'm gonna hit my capacity for ether here soon. Imagine if this water just hurt me. It's really interesting to me that, Melia and Nia both, like, actually properly use Kevis and Agnes as the terms for their kingdoms.
Here we go.
I'm really, like, intrigued as to where Kevis and Agnes came from. time for another mech fight? Nope.
That smarts.
You're back. Did you find anything?
Okay, so we're handing over.
Let me see. All we found was this junk, sorry. Sorry we couldn't get anything better. Not at all, not at all. This is wonderful. It's a better result than I could have hoped for. Really? I don't see anything here that's even the slightest connection to the Founders. No, you're right. This has none of this is related to the Founders. Ugh, are you joking? But these things don't exist in any of our records. They're completely unknown. They may not be associated with the Founders, but they have more worth than that alone. This has gotta be a wind-up that's just a bunch of rubbish. Hey, do you think the Levnesses that attacked us were looking for these?
Welcome back, Lapis. You didn't really miss a whole lot. Oh, wait. Oh, no, you were here for Melia joining, so...
Oh, sounds like you've had a bit of an adventure. Now you've really piqued my interest.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Just what are these? It's hard to imagine they came from our time, or even the Founders' time. Could they be even older?
Is it just the music that's reminding you of Nier, Lapis?
Yes, it's coming to me. What's coming?
Take the screenshot out of context.
My inspiration. It's all rushing back to me. The old gray matter hasn't failed me yet. You've saved my work. Thank you.
You're sure this is fine?
Of course. Now I'm sorry, but I must go. I want to put pen to paper while these ideas are still fresh. Wait. Can we ask you one more question? What is it? Why did you decide to write about the Founders in the first place? Oh, that's a good question. Have you ever wondered about where you came from?
What do you mean?
This is just my own theory. But I think one of the most important things in life is knowing your origins. That's what I want the people of the city to know, or rather to remember. Where we all came from, do you know, and where we're going, do you see? Anyway, I really must go now. I hope you enjoy the next book in the series.
Here's the thing, they don't understand the concept of, like, literature, Lapis, because they'd never had the downtime to actually read as a hobby. It was all, like, textbooks and stuff. Okay. See you in a bit, Nautilus. Okay. Yeah. We were helping that lady get over her, her writer's block, essentially. Is the mythical quest that I've been waiting for the entire stream to show up. It is here. Wow. I can't believe that had, no joke, this one side quest had 6. like, prerequisite quests.
Cold.
Come walk beside me. You'll be nice and toasty.
That's a, yeah. It's a, callback to a scene in, Xenoblade 2, where Nia is huddled up against Pyra for warmth in the snow area.
What's this now?
Seriously, more of those mudders come to ruin our day again.
I'm gonna be streaming Xenoblade 2 at a later point, so...
I don't like our chances.
You're a lifesaver.
Oh hey, they got a 4-level increase between this quest and the last quest. Don't mind me casually doing so much damage that not all of the damage numbers could load in. Honestly, like, as silly as it might sound, depending on when things happen, I might actually end up replaying this game before the story DLC comes out, just like New Game Plus it, but play through 1 and 2 beforehand so that people can actually get the context for stuff.
Mimi!
Incoming!
A tactical retreat?
Land!
Yeah, I got it! Senna, hit him where it hurts, will ya?
What the? What's going on here?
Who is this girl? Where did she come from? For a soldier, she's awfully,
Yeah, I know what you mean. She looks about 3 terms old. Way too young to be fighting on the front lines.
Not to derail the convo, but are we sure she'll be okay? We pulled her out of the left, but is there anything else we can do?
I don't see any external injuries, but no signs of waking up either. Hard to tell either way.
Senna, don't worry. She's still alive. I'm sure she'll pull through.
Mimi, you sure?
Look, we can talk about her all day, or we can find her a doctor. I know which one I'd prefer.
All right, but she and her people did assault colony soldiers, so taking her to a colony seems like asking for trouble.
Then how about the city? They have medical facilities there.
Indeed, seems advisable.
What do we do about the Levnis?
Let's leave it for now. Transporting the girl should take priority.
I can carry her.
Thanks, Senna. She'll be in good hands.
Yeah, I'll make sure of it.
I don't know who Sarue is. I wonder if this person is like a half Machina. Because she's very skin-toned for a Machina.
Doctor!
Oh, it's you. What got you in such a flurry?
Here, let me tell you.
Well, it seems she's simply temporarily lost consciousness as a result of a blow to the head.
Oh, so does that mean she'll be okay?
Yes, it's a passing symptom. With a bit of rest, she should come awake naturally.
Phew, that's a relief.
Until she does, I'd like to keep her here for observation.
Wait, that's not really necessary.
Seems like there might be a reason for your reluctance,
No, it's just that she's,
Oh dear. There's an empty house tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. I'll send word to let you use it.
Doctor.
Patient will be transferred there. The rest is up to you, I hope you'll find this agreeable.
Yes. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. More than usual, I mean.
If anything happens, you know where to find me. Well, take care now. I'm very surprised at how many hoops I had to jump through to even get this quest.
You're here. About the girl we transferred here. She's just woken up.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. Although, I should say, she's a little,
Were there any complications?
No, nothing like that. Or at least nothing to complain to you about.
You're not making sense, and it's getting me antsy.
The doctor said she didn't need any medical attention, and... You know what? Why don't you just talk to her yourselves?
I'm gonna point this out now. This is the same character model, like, or at least face and hair, of the, asshole from Colony 4.
Just bear in mind, she's still a patient, so take it easy on her, eh?
Seems at least they kept her safe. But now what?
Yeah, it ain't like we can just leave her here forever.
Let's talk to her first, like you said. We should try to learn more.
All right, but she's recently injured. We probably shouldn't all crowd her.
You're right. If we're just asking questions, one person should be enough.
That sounds like a plan. So who'll go?
Surely it's Uni, right? She deals with injured people all the time. And she should be right at home.
Oh yeah? Cheers for volunteering me.
Oh yeah, I find it funny to point it out.
I'll go. You, Senna. Why the sudden impulse? Well, it's probably my fault she's like this.
It was really more like an accident, you know? There's no need for you to feel responsible.
It's not that exactly. It's more like... If I don't do something, I'll have a dirty... science.
You've never heard that word out loud, have you?
Oh.
Well, then we'll leave the girl to you. Is that all right, Senna?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Do be careful, though. She might be meek now, but keep in mind she and her mates came after us.
We'll be right outside. If anything happens, just shout. I can handle myself, Mimi. But thanks. I will.
Honestly, I've gotten so used to Senna being in the medic gunner class outfit. She looks really good in that outfit.
Okay then. I'm going in. Ah! Hi! I see you've woken up. How are you feeling? Any pain?
Can confirm faint sensation of pain in cranial region. However, operational efficiency of number 7 remains unaffected.
Oh, great. It's Cosmos.
Okay. That's good. Actually, I'd like to apologize. Before, I didn't realize you were inside that thing, and... Are you okay?
No major issues detected.
I see. Anyway, if it's all right with you, could you tell me something about yourself?
The question lacks specificity. Number 7 cannot respond.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I guess that was a bit wishy-washy, huh? Well, for starters then, are you a Kavesi soldier, or are you Agnian?
Kavis, Agnes.
Yeah, that's right. You must know those, right?
Affirmative. However, discrepancy was encountered while processing query.
Huh? What do you mean?
Affiliation of number 7 does not match either of 2 options provided.
Also, can I just say that the voice actor for this is, like, doing a very good job.
Doesn't match. Well, then that only leaves...
Special Mobile Combat Unit under Direct Mobius Command. Alias, Colony 0.
Colony
Whoa,
0?
You know about Mobius?
Affirmative.
Then, when you attacked us...
Colony 0 soldiers of numbers 7 and below were tasked with eradication of Ouroboros.
Whoa, that's not great. So this girl really is our enemy. I have to warn the others. Although, is that really true? She did attack us, so why is she like this now? What you just told me, it sounded really important. Won't you get in trouble for saying it?
I was not ordered to silence on the matter.
I see. Okay. Oh, shoot, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Senna. What's yours?
I have no name.
Huh?
Number 7 does not possess information under the category name.
The thing that's weirding me out about this is that she's very Machina-like. If she isn't a Machina.
You don't have a name? Wait, so this number 7 thing you've been saying all along?
An individual identification number assigned to soldiers of Colony 0. We do not belong to Kevis or Agnes. We are special assets. Publicly, we do not exist. Consequently, records of personal information stored in growth modules are also expunged at the time of birth.
That's crazy.
Shall I consider the questioning to be over?
No, wait. What you just said, you don't think it's strange?
Cannot ascertain purpose of question. Requesting additional clarification.
I mean, for example, that name thing. A colony that calls people by a number, that's so dehumanizing. Don't you feel bad to be called like that? I mean, you're the same as us, after all.
Cannot ascertain purpose of question.
Oh.
Requesting clarification.
Senna. Hey, you okay?
Did you learn anything? Hang on, love. You don't look so good.
What happened, Senna?
Mimi, I don't know what to do.
Hey, Senna. Everything's fine. Let's go somewhere we can talk. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. It's all making sense.
I like Senna. She's sweet.
We could do with some food. Where should I start? Colony Zero? Wow. They did seem like more than regular soldiers, but that's wild.
If they're palling around with Mobius, we can't really ignore them, I suppose.
We still have very little information. I think a more thorough investigation is in order.
Okay, but we're talking about a tiny third-termer here.
Senna, what do you think?
Huh? What do I think about what?
You're the one that spoke with her. What's your gut telling you?
I just asked questions and she just answered them. But even though she attacked us, she doesn't seem hostile or violent. And when I spoke to her, she was literally just answering questions. It didn't feel like a conversation at all. She looks like us, but is actually a whole different kind of being. That's how I felt. And then I got scared of her, and...
Oh, I'm sorry, Senna.
Senna, give us your honest opinion. Do you think she's an enemy?
I don't really know yet. That's kind of why I'd like to try talking to her again, I think.
What do you mean? You just said you were scared of her.
I am, it's true, but I want to make sure I got the right idea, and that's stronger than my fear. Not just about if she's an enemy, but also about who she actually is, how she thinks and feels.
I get it. You need a bit more time for that, sure.
Right. I also want to say sorry for leaving without saying anything last time.
Okay then. If you're doing a house visit and apologizing at once, how about a little gift to grease the wheels?
Oh, Senna, you could bring her your onigiri.
Onigiri?
It's a portable Agnian snack made of packed boiled myth rice.
They're lovely and salty, especially the way Senna makes them. They really hit the spot after a long training session.
I'm gonna make the low-hanging fruit joke, jelly-filled donuts. There.
Huh? You can make food?
Oh, of course I can. Onigiri, at least. Oh, wait. But we don't have any myth rice.
They should have decent reserves in Colony Lambda.
Hey, nice. No, hang on. How'd you know that off the top of your head?
Commander Izzard likes them. The onigiri.
Well, that's just peachy then. Hope he doesn't mind sharing.
Thanks, you guys.
Which region is Colony Lambda? It's funny to me, just like how recognized the whole jelly-filled donut meme is due to that really bad. I guess it's just 4Kids. 4Kids is just a bad, like, localizer and translator. Give us rice. You want myth rice? Sure, I don't mind. Feel free to grab some if you like. We're close to the water here, so the harvest's always good quality.
Huh, I never knew.
If you ever need more, just holler at your boy.
Now we only need a place to cook. They taste best when they're fresh, so maybe we could use the canteen in the city?
Wow. Thrilling gameplay. Wait, the canteen? Also, thank you, Lapis, for sending me the, comparison. They do look very similar, don't they? It's like, it's a difference of color palette, basically. With a little bit.
Man, I haven't made onigiri in a minute. Hope I can still shape them right. Ah, that's nice. Now, let's take them to our patient.
I don't think I've ever seen an onigiri without, like, the seaweed strip at the bottom.
Senna, wait. This time around, we'd like to sit in on the conversation too.
Huh? But I thought...
No worries. We'll hang back and watch. We're happy to let you do the talking.
Okay then, if you say so.
This isn't even Senna's. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, sorry to intrude. Can we have a moment?
No objections. You wish to resume questioning.
No, that's not why I'm here. It's just that last time, I was kind of rude. So, to apologize, I thought I'd visit again and bring you a little something. I figured you might be hungry. They're called onigiri?
Yes.
I'm not very good at this, so they're about the only thing I can make.
Yes.
But I can guarantee they're tasty, and actually, Mimi says so too. I mean Mio, she's...
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Please, feel free to eat.
I will eat.
How about it then?
Witchcraft. Xenoblade characters can't eat food.
Cannot ascertain purpose of question.
Are they tasty? Did I make them right?
With regard to first question, number 7, comforter, tasty, to be accurate, assessment.
Oh, really? That's good to hear.
In regard to second, application of manual pressure resulting in compaction and higher cohesion, also showing excess salt level.
Oh. No, wait, that's the best part. Isn't it nice and chewy?
Affirmative.
Huh?
Number 7 has not taken sustenance in this form before. Currently considering that others of Colony 0 may also enjoy the experience.
Oh, you think so?
Particularly number 9 seem to be growing disaffected with the rations being distributed. And number 3, whose calorie intake exceeds the baseline, may find these more sating. As a precaution, salt levels may have to be marginally adjusted pursuant to guidance from number 6.
Huh.
Is there a problem?
No, it's nothing. Oh, but if it's okay with you, could I ask you to tell me more?
Acknowledged. Continuing explanation.
Senna or number 7, Lapis?
So, were the onigiri tasty?
You already have a sufficient reply to this question.
Have you come to like the onigiri I made?
Affirmative.
Well, that's good then. I'll make them for you again sometime.
Yes.
Well, she eats like normal, and she can handle small talk.
Yeah, there's nothing suspicious about her. Except she talks funny. But whatever. Let's let Senna keep her talking for a bit longer.
Hey, you said you didn't have a name.
Recollection of making such a statement exists.
Well, then, what about Sagiri?
Perhaps this is some sort of code or cipher.
No, I was asking what you thought about Sagiri for a name.
Cannot follow logic behind query. Requesting more rational explanation.
You're using difficult words again. I just didn't want to keep only calling you, you.
The designation, number 7, is...
Right. I just took the se part from 7 and tacked on the giri from onigiri. Sagiri.
Failure to comprehend basis for utilizing this nomenclature.
Well, it's 'cause you said you liked onigiri just then.
Whoa. Senna, don't you think you're taking it a bit far?
Yeah, love. Did you lose your brain at the gym or something?
I'm sorry, Senna. I don't think I see what you're after here.
Whoa, when did everyone get so mean? I think it's a great name, Sagiri.
Yeah, I think so too, actually. It seems really, friendly, somehow.
It's not really like you to come out with something like this, Senna. Really? Well, maybe so. But Mimi, I don't think it's right to call a person by a number. Hey, I'm sorry. I let my mouth run away from me. I understand if you felt hurt by it.
Regulations contain no special provisions on restricting designation.
Huh?
Number 7 has no authority based on which to reject proposed designations, whatever they may be.
Does that mean we can call you Sagiri and you won't mind?
Affirmative.
Well, there you have it then. Affirmative.
Nicely done, Senna. Yeah, thanks.
Friggin' Uni over here trying to imitate a robot with that affirmative.
The girl might still be a
So
total
good.
mystery. But really, it wouldn't have been right to call her number 7.
I love the whole meme that's like, every single line that Uni says can be memed. And so far, there are very few instances where that is incorrect. They wanted to give me a break in how long that cutscene was.
What happened?
A coded transmission from Colony 0. The Mobius Consul F is requesting parley with Ouroboros.
The Mobius is requesting what?
Number 7 will use Own Iris as relay to forward the transmission to you.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my young Ouroboros friends. I am F, And before we go further, I would like to sincerely apologize for the discourtesy of this method of introduction.
Ugh, what a shameless slug. He thinks we'll forget he tried to kill us.
You say you want to parley. How do you imagine that will go at this point?
I'm certain you will feel guarded, and rightly so. And yet, with that acknowledged, I would like to offer an opening of negotiations with you.
Negotiations?
Should you accept my invitation, I will rescind the extermination order on you Ouroboros. Colony Zero will henceforth no longer concern itself with your comings and goings.
Oh, that'd be swell! If we were stupid enough to trust your word.
And your demands?
The bodily return of number 7.
Huh? And that's it? That's all it would take for you to never fight with us again?
Can I just say, like, every one of the, console's helmets is based on, like, an animal of some kind? Or a lot of them are. Is this just based on, like, a snail?
Yes, you have my guarantee, and that of the whole of Colony Zero.
Are you joking? You're Mobius. You'd throw away 1 or 2 soldiers without batting an eye.
Certainly some consuls do display such callousness, a deplorable state of affairs.
Yeah.
But not I. I hold the light of life possessed by Colony Zero to be of the utmost importance. Naturally, that includes number 7. That is precisely why I have reached out to you, nominally my enemies, even with the concomitant difficulties acknowledged.
Are you telling the truth?
Come on, Senna, don't fall for it.
Can you give us a guarantee that you aren't lying to us right now?
Of course, is what I'd love to say, but naturally simple words are never enough to engender trust. I know.
I have never heard the term engender. Like, I don't know. That just seems like such an off term to me. Like, there's something weird to that. Maybe it's just because, like, you know, gender stuff is weird. You have its French equivalent? Ah, okay.
I've sent the current coordinates of Colony Zero to number 7. We shall remain here. Should you find yourselves receptive to my offer, do please pay us a visit and bring number 7 with you.
So you think giving us your location will make us trust you?
How do we know this isn't a trap?
In such a circumstance, you would possess a handy hostage in number 7. I trust I needn't say more.
Ugh. Has this guy heard the way he sounds?
Of course, that is not what any of us really want. My desire is to see number 7 safely returned to me. That is all. Number 7?
Yes?
I am tasking you with guiding them to Colony Zero. Follow their command until you return.
Compliance.
And number 7?
Yes?
We've all been worried about you. That will be all. I will eagerly anticipate the day when we meet in more favorable circumstances.
By the Consul's authority, number 7 is hereby assigned to the Ouroboros' command as an exceptional measure for the duration. Pending your decision on the outcome of the proposed exchange, I await your command to depart.
Well, this was unexpected.
Sagiri, what do we do with you?
Okay, so I understand that it's to make sure that it's not, like, a solid half hour of cutscene, but, like, the breaks. Okay, give me a sec to get ready for this. I've been, wanting to do a robot voice, which is why I'm very excited for when I stream Xenosaga. This might take a little bit of adjusting, but...
Pending your decision on the outcome in the proposed exchange, I wait your command to depart.
That had too much emotion in it. I think I need to take it slower and more methodical.
You really trust that consul?
Of course I don't. Not entirely. I know it could be a trap as well, but still. If, and this is a big if, okay? If he was telling the truth earlier, then we won't have to fight with Sagiri and her friends. And more importantly, I'm sure there are people waiting for her there. So, for all those reasons, I thought...
Well, either way, things can't stay like this forever.
Rather than make speculation after speculation and do nothing, you want to set something in motion.
It's also possible, if unlikely, that we might be able to talk it through.
All right. Can you tell us where Colony Zero is right now?
Atia region, Capricorn Peak.
Huh? Wait, isn't that... That's where we fought against those guys, ain't it?
The point where Colony Zero is stationed is located even further in.
That explains why you were lying in wait for us there.
However, the geographical feature called the Noclia Mire is located en route. Entering it is predicted to have severe negative impact on your biological processes.
Then how do you guys get through?
A Pharaon's environmental hazard resistance can temporarily neutralize poisonous materials.
What's a Pharaon? Oh, is that the thing you were riding inside?
Affirmative. Consequently, traversal through the afflicted area will necessitate retrieval and refurbishing of the abandoned Pharaon suit.
We can ask Riku to fix it up. Will that be okay with you?
No objections.
Oh, if Riku must, we'll not leave friends in lurch.
All right then. Just be patient for us a little while longer, okay, Sagiri?
Compliance.
I like, your reaction to that. Lapis. I don't know if that was in reaction to the robot voice or what, but...
Are we gonna be all right? This is something decent, right?
How does it look, Riku? Can you get it in working
order?
order?
It looked like problem mostly cosmetic. Riku have it working in no time flat. And ready. Riku proud of own handiwork.
And how does it look to you? Can you still use it?
Power lines clear. All sensors online. Farron Unit number 7, fully operational.
That sounds good. Are you ready to guide us?
Understood. Designating route.
Nice.
Beyond here.
It's really funny because I actually tried to walk across this earlier.
Environmental resistance field deployed. Hazardous elements will be neutralized.
That sounds good, I think.
Some things actually attacking me? That I'm like almost 20 levels above? Jeez.
Welcome, friends. I've been hoping you would come.
We've brought your soldier as you asked. So what now?
Number 7 seems uninjured. Thank you for this magnanimous measure.
Also, now that we can see him from this angle, yeah, it's totally a Nautilus.
As promised, Colony Zero's order to eradicate Ouroboros will be rescinded. You have my word that we will never again darken your doorsteps, figuratively speaking.
Talk is cheap, man.
Oh, I assure you, the soldiers of Colony Zero are most faithful. They would never disobey an issued order. What's more, I personally have nothing but the deepest respect for you all. After all, you did tend to my dear number 7 and brought her back to me unscathed. I offer you my sincere, heartfelt thanks.
Yeah, all right.
This doesn't sit right with me.
Oh, I've just had the greatest idea. Number 7, you and our guests have traveled long and far to arrive here. Why don't we introduce them to the rest of the Colony Zero personnel?
Compliance.
I think
hopped
we're
out.
actually fine.
Nonsense, no need to be shy. We need to tie a bond of trust between us, and where better to start than with a round of introductions?
Sagiri, are you alright with that?
Okay, so... like... this console is definitely, like... fucking with people's heads. Kinda like how Y was, but...
The consul's word is absolute. Number 7 does not have the prerogative of choice.
Number 7, show your face to everyone. I'm sure they'd like that. Number 4 has also been worried about you.
Yes. Number 4?
Number 4 is Number 7's right-hand man. With Number 7 absent, he had to take over the reins instead.
He means like being an aide, then.
Sagiri, does that make you the commander?
Parts of the definition appear discrepant, but on the whole, there are no major issues with that denomination.
You could have told us, you know.
I have no record of the fact being queried.
You noticed it too, right, Tyon?
Yeah, and I can't make sense of it. The consul's attitude is one thing, but more importantly...
The Pharaonis. The one thing a colony needs, and there's no sign of it here. Or maybe it's just something completely different from the colonies we know.
A special unit under direct Mobius command. Were we too hasty coming here?
For Senna's sake, and for that girl she trusts. Let's hope not.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, right?
More colonies added.
That's very... I don't know if number 3 is supposed to sound like a robot or not.
Number 7. Oh, what a relief. I'm so glad you're alive.
That's... Something about that just... hurt my throat. I don't know why. That just, like, made my throat freak out. That last little bit.
Number 8 and number 10 have been worried. Have been worried too. They're both on a mission right now, but they'll be happy to hear once they're back. But what are we going to do now? Nobody's heard anything about a new mission.
Good to add more names.
This is also a girl. This one's a high Entia. Okay, they might actually just talk like normal people, so I'm just gonna read it as a normal thing until proven otherwise.
Number 7, hey, what's all this mean? Why are you hanging around with the enemy? Has the eradication order really been revoked? Oh, I'm sorry. I know there's no point asking. The orders come from the Consul anyway. I'll be sure to follow suit for now, but if anything happens, you know I'll protect you at all costs.
Good to add more names.
Number 7. I'm relieved to see you back safe.
Number 4. No status abnormalities?
We're all good here. Number 10 and number 8 are currently on a mission, but should be back soon.
Revising query. Are there status abnormalities in number 4's condition?
No. I'm okay. Number 4 can still fight.
However...
Number 7, you're not at fault. If anything, it's my fault. Having such poor abilities in battle. Without disengaging the Farron's limiter, I couldn't fight
Number 4.
What's wrong? What is it?
Sparks, you don't think this is... His flame's leaking.
I'm cold. Number 7? Where... I can't see a thing.
Sagiri, what just happened?
Number 4 has given his life to the Pharaoh.
Oi, you better explain yourself.
The Pharaons are powered by life's flames. The flame clocks that impel them are synchronized to those of their passengers.
Wait, did you say flame clocks? Does that make the Pharaons...
Indeed. The design differs, but you could see them as functionally identical to Pharaonesis. In addition, Pharaon flame clocks are fitted with the function to disengage the limiters.
Disengage the limiters?
Doing so allows the Pharaon to burn through the flames that fuel it at an accelerated rate, maximizing the unit's power output. Once the limiter is disengaged, a first-term soldier can perform at a level comparable to a colony's commander. That incandescent power is the pith and marrow of the Pharaons, of Colony Zero's might.
But what is Colony Zero to begin with? Who are you? Who are its soldiers?
You could say we are those who work behind the scenes of this war. Battlefield manipulation, inciting sedition, information control, elimination of third-party forces. It's all due to our ceaseless, thankless efforts that this war can continue unabated, and each life's fate arrives as ordained. In other words, we maintain the fabric of the world. That is the duty which is our pleasure to fulfill.
I'm sorry, F. We already killed Zed.
Nothing but empty words. That's the reason you put your men in those things.
Well, mate, you just showed us your whole ass. I knew you didn't care about the lives of your soldiers after all.
Preposterous! I treasure their lives above any other good. They are to me the most exalted substance. Their immaculate lives, sacrificed in service to the world, permeated and form the basis of the eternity we Mobius covet!
Stop it.
Protecting my innocent lambs whose souls lubricate the gears of the world through a sublime sacrifice. That is the highest calling. Isn't it the loftiest vocation conceivable? Surely you must agree.
Shut up already!
I must beg your pardon. Have I said something to incur your displeasure?
Snuff all of that and snuff you! How dare you! How could someone like you think for a second you treasure Sagiri? You have no right! We'll bring you down right here and now. Sagiri and everyone will be free from the flame clocks.
But what in the blazes has brought this on? I told you from the start, I had no intention of fighting you.
Have you lost your mind?
Well, it seems unavoidable now. It seems the negotiations have broken down. Truly regrettable, and yet perhaps inevitable. All Farron units, heed my call. You are ordered to disengage your limiters. Number 7, your orders. Bring all your might to bear and crush the Ouroboros.
Sagiri, listen! You don't...
Compliance. Commencing Ouroboros annihilation.
Sagiri.
I know how you must feel, but for now we have to fight, Senna.
All units fall in and stand by.
What's this?
Consul, a report.
What's the matter, number 7?
Large expenditure of life's flames is forecast if limiters are disengaged for combat. Proposal following analysis of all units' flame totals. Restrict limiter disengagement to unit number 7.
I see.
What? What's she doing? She's trying to get her mates out of fighting.
Number 7, I recognize your unparalleled radiance. It brings you honor. Now behold, by my authority as consul, I order you, all Farron units, disengage limiters.
Sagiri!
That snuffer. Just when I thought he couldn't go lower.
Oh, number 7. Truly you are a marvel. The cry wafting from your spirit, it will water this endless world and make it bloom eternal.
First off, let's deal with these guys. Yeah. Just wait, Sagiri. We'll get you out of this mess, I promise!
I don't know how hard this is gonna be.
I can help you. Enemy's broken away from me. Time to win out the big club. You ain't ready for this. Let's pile up pressure.
Lapis, do you want me to turn the music off by chain attacking? Because I can almost guarantee that it's going to go right back into the normal chain attack music the instant I press this button. Yep. Feels somehow better. There is a large portion of the fan base that is asking for an option to turn off the chain attack music, specifically for reasons like this. Yeah, exactly. There was that,
Lance!
Yeah!
Sagiri, please! Just snap out of it! You don't have to follow these orders! Sagiri! You're free to do what you want!
Seki, free to...
Well now. What a curious phenomenon. Number 7, I'm changing your orders. Kill that Ouroboros first. Top priority.
Comply it.
Don't do it, Sagiri!
That's an order, Number 7. Number 7, what are you...
Huh?
Number 7.
got what he deserved.
Sagiri! Are you okay? Please, talk to me, Sagiri!
Number 4.
Huh?
Number 4. Don't go. Number 7. Will protect. Number 4. Everyone.
Noah, please! For Sagiri! For them all!
Right.
With the Consul's death in the line of duty, Colony Zero's chain of command is broken. Number 7 currently has no duties to perform, and no orders to follow.
That means you don't have to fight us anymore.
However, it is a matter of record that Number 7 took hostile action against Ouroboros. Perhaps you wish to mete out an appropriate punishment.
Sagiri, you did nothing wrong. Really, we should be thanking you.
So, Lapis, with what you were saying there with the, some fights should have music that overrides the chain attack, fun fact, one of them does, except for when it doesn't, because, last episode there was that one time during the, Zed fight, where, like, every time beforehand, like, I used chain attacks like 3 or 4 times, and the music kept playing over the chain attack. And then this one random time that I activated a chain attack, it just cut the music, and in came the chain attack theme. And it just happened out of nowhere, and it was hilarious, and I loved it.
Thanking? Why would that be?
I honestly wonder if it not playing over the music might have been a bug. And it was supposed to play over the music the whole time.
I mean, before, you attacked the console instead of us, so you held back from fighting us, and thanks to that, we were able to take down the console. Anyway, that's enough about that. Now it's time to think to the future, right?
I cannot comprehend.
Huh?
Why do you speak to number 7 that way? Under what orders and from whom? Why did number 7 disobey orders? Why did I not attack you as instructed? Requesting swift reply. Furthermore, requesting orders.
Sagiri.
Number 7 is confused. I do not know what actions to take.
Hey, she used a,
I know what it's like to feel lost, uncertain, not know where to turn.
She used a pronoun instead of referring to herself in exclusively third person.
But even you must have some things you think you'd really like to do, right?
Number 7 does not have thoughts matching that description.
In that case, let's put our heads together. Let's think of things you might want to do.
Is that an order?
Nuh-uh. Nobody's giving you orders anymore. From now on, Sagiri, the only orders you should follow are your own.
The situation described does not conform to the accepted definition of orders.
It was just like a metaphor, or was it a simile?
I really cannot comprehend. But although I cannot comprehend, Sagiri gives orders to number 7. If the circumstances be interpreted this way, then Sagiri, I, may be able to comprehend.
Oh, Sagiri.
Is it odd?
No, I don't think so. I'm sure it's exactly right. Since, after all, you're free now. So, Sagiri, what are your orders for number 7?
Top priority should be to investigate what it is that I want to do. More data must be gathered before this is ascertained.
That sounds very like you, but I think you're making it too complicated. It doesn't have to be just one thing, and it can be anything, really.
It can be anything?
Yep, anything at all.
In that case...
Yes? Did you think of something?
She wants more rice.
Right now, I think I'd like one of your onigiri, Senna.
By the way, I wanted to ask about the Pharaon. I suppose there's no way to use them anymore.
That statement is incorrect.
Oh, really?
Motive function can be restored by switching to alternative power source using ether cylinders. Power output will be inferior to the original flame clock system, and the limiter can't be removed, but shouldn't hinder combat. I will be able to fight on.
Food is the most important thing, Kitsune.
Wow. That's great news. Do you think we can ask you to fight by our side again, then?
Understood. Pharaon Unit number 7 will gladly join Ouroboros battle unit.
We'll be counting on you then, Sagiri.
You know, I don't know why it took me this long to draw the comparison. Sagiri's...
Command structure accepted.
Sagiri's, that's so cool looking. Sagiri's outfit, very much reminds me of the, oh, what are they called? Plug suits from Evangelion. Oh, that's interesting. 100 Shells is a Xenoblade X art. Okay, that's really cool, actually. This just looks like, Mio's Mobius outfit. Also, I would like to point out that, all of the girls get the, like, the pilot outfit, and all of the boys get parts of the actual mech on them.
That should make life a bit easier for us.
I've never checked that menu before. So, I'm curious. Yeah. Though, Kitsune, the other, thing with that is that, I believe Uni and Taion are actually swapped with that. Because if I remember correctly, Uni gets the crappy Riku wig. Yeah, and Taion gets the Manana chef outfit. I was gonna see... Really? I'm really surprised that they didn't make, M's outfit. Either that, or it is, and you just have to find it through some other means, but...
First, let's talk about all the stuff you might want to do in the future.
Affirmative.
I don't know why, there's something fun about doing the, like, emotionless robot voice. You know, I legitimately thought that we were gonna do these today, but I guess these are for tomorrow.
No problem now.
Let's stay cautious.
Huh. I hope we can make use of this.
So,
I'll come with you. I
and we will build the future.
Also, I don't know if you were here, Kitsune, but I was, freaking out over this. This outfit and this, weapon set. So good. Also, I never actually checked.
Leave the healing to me.
Oh, it does actually give you the other swords, in addition to the Catalyst Scimitar.
I'll keep us safe from harm.
So... I was about to say, is this the Saffronia tree? Because I think that this is part of... This is a spot that I would need to take Nia. Okay, I'm probably not going to be streaming for too much longer, Lapis. So don't worry, you're probably not going to miss a whole lot. Yeah.
Ah, the scent of Saffronia. This takes me back.
Takes you back? You mean you know what this is?
Yes, of course. Saffronia trees used to grow in the world that I came from, you see.
Huh? For real? So
Yeah.
that's where Saffronia trees come from. Who'd have guessed?
That's not all. What you call the Orion Mountains came from my world too.
Whoa, seriously? I always thought they were funny-shaped mountains.
I mean, now they're mountains. Back then, they weren't so picturesque.
Are there more places like this? Stuff that we don't know the true origin of?
Actually, yes. In fact, I dare say, pretty much everywhere you've seen till now.
Makes sense. If you hadn't been here, we'd have just walked right past like it was no big thing.
I suppose it's good for you all to know about how things were in the old world. Well, now you've got all this new perspective, why not have a look back at the path you already traced?
Looking back at where we came from. That could be a really valuable experience.
Yes. Please, give it some thought. The path that you're on now will lead you to the future that you've dreamed of.
Sure, go ahead and send them, Lapis. I will take them into consideration. I don't know if anyone else that I've got in my, Oh, hey, they actually just followed me on Twitter earlier. Ivory did. Trying to think of, like, notable places that came from Xenoblade 2. You're welcome. It's always nice having you here, Lapis.
Those empty ruins.
Huh? Hear that?
I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Nia? Everything all right?
This place you call Mactha Wildwood. Do you know anything about all the ruins and things scattered around here?
No, to tell the truth.
I never paid them any mind, I guess. But now you mention them, they do seem pretty weird. Oh. Hey, is this also related to stuff from your old world, Nia?
That's a good guess, Senna. Not quite right, but you aren't far off.
Please, explain.
All right, I will. This is probably something you ought to know about. I told you before about Ionios' creation, right? Well, what I'm about to talk about goes back much further into the past than that.
You mean when the worlds were one?
The people of that time had access to absolute power, using it to create and enjoy a flourishing civilization. But in the end, they started to fight each other for control over that very power. And because of that, the power became a calamity and ripped the world in two. What we're looking at now is the remnants of the destruction that humanity has wrought. So the true meaning of all this ruin is to stand as a monument to the history that created this world.
If you really think about it, we human beings are the cause of all of it.
I don't get it. Why fight till everything burns?
The answer is because they were afraid.
Afraid of what?
Afraid of ending. All life, all civilizations and cultures, everything comes to an end in time. Of course, humans are part of the world too. We can't escape that rule either. But people never stop looking for a way, even if it means going beyond the rules. Eternity. That's what they were searching for.
Eternity.
If the present moment carries on forever, then the end will never come. That's eternity. With that, the miserable decay that you're looking at now would never come to pass. I think you probably all know the rest of the story already. Why this world that we're in now is called Ionios, the realm of eternity.
Zed also wants eternity, just as the people did back then.
But, I mean, even though they were longing for eternity, to sacrifice so many lives to achieve it, it can't be right.
I agree. We might get hurt, and someday we'll be gone. But we have to keep moving forward in spite of all that. That's what it means to live, right, Nia?
Yes, exactly right. That must be clear to you all now. You should hold on to that vision of life. Cherish it as you go forward. Keep that in your heart so that you never repeat the mistakes of the past.
I'm sorry, I know I said I was gonna end stream soon, but like... I don't think that there's gonna be one here, because this is basically just Xenoblade 1 locations. Okay, that's not it.
I guess we know Ionios like the back of our hand now.
I swear I'm just gonna do this and then end stream. I'll do Melia's tomorrow. But I want to hear what Nia has to say about...
For a while. I can't wait to see the look on Gondor's face when she sees you.
Gondor.
Oh, what do you plonkers want now?
Hey, come on. Don't be like that. We're just here to say hi.
Huh? What's that? You got time on your hands, have you? Huh? Why? If it isn't...
I believe this is the first time we speak directly, isn't it, Gondor?
Can someone tell me what the hell's going on? What's the Queen of Agnes doing here? Oh, hang on. I suppose we are in Agnes Castle right now. So, maybe it's not so weird to see you here. But what I don't get is, why does the Queen of Agnes seem to know about me?
That's... well, it's a long story. The Vandham name, and those that bear it, have a deep meaning for me.
You mean my family?
In the past, we were saved by a man called Vandham. He taught us a lot about life, and what it was we were called to do. It's no exaggeration to say that without him, there would be no me.
Huh? A real deep connection between Nia and Gondor's fam. Spooky.
The memories of it are all but lost now. These were events of the distant past.
Oh. More to the point. Seems you dags have gotten pretty used to chumming up with royalty. Like it's no big thing.
Well, Nia asked us to treat her that way. Like another one of the gang.
Come on, Gondor. Surely you more than anyone wouldn't expect us to mince our words around Nia.
Wind your neck in, will ya? Nothing wrong with how I talk.
Oh, you're so bold and unabashed. I simply adore it.
I suppose I am.
I mean, you've passed through the conflict with the false queen, maintained order in the castle. There are a lot of things that came about because of your blood, sweat, and tears, Gondor.
Huh? Well, that's a real heck of a compliment. Too much for the likes of me, maybe, you imagine. All I reckon we really did was set a few boundaries to stop things going daft. I don't have a clue about your Agnian folks, though.
You're just being humble, Gondor. Please, there's no need for it. It's not easy to earn people's trust, to maintain the balance. And you do all that while still remaining natural, unadulterated Gondor.
Oi! I'm basically an adult. I'm almost... forget it.
Gondor, you really soften up when you get a few kind words, don't you?
Huh? Who you calling soft?
I hope Agnes can count on your continued support.
I mean, what I'd really like to be saying right now is bite me. But since I got a real deal queen going to all the trouble of asking me, I guess I got to at least consider the request a bit.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Gondor. As the nominal lady of Agnes Castle,
I bestow upon you my sincere admiration for fulfilling the...
Hey! Whoa! Enough already! It's like you want to make me squirm.
Ah, there's our Gondor.
Just shut up, will you? We're done talking about me, alright? You Ouroboros assholes, mind your own beeswax, alright? I better not hear you've been holding the Queen back. You're a real goofy bunch, aren't you? Just being around you counts as a hazard.
That's right.
Pot calling the kettle black much there, Gondor love?
I was gonna say, I'm kind of surprised that, she doesn't want to go to the Dana Desert, but Dana Desert was a place from Torna, not from Base 2.
Your Majesty, there you are.
Please, it's Nia. You aren't used to it yet, are you?
I'm sorry, Please forgive me. It's just...
Can I just say that it's such a nice touch that they use Xenoblade 2 music? Like the Xenoblade 2 emotional music for this?
It's fine. I may have taken my teasing a step too far there.
I hope what I'm about to say doesn't come out the wrong way, but...
Yes?
It's just... You're our queen. We believed you were the one that gave us all life, and that we'd return to you in the end. You were like this awesome being high above. None of us could even dream of talking to you. And now you're just traveling along with us and chatting like it's an everyday thing. It's just really bizarre to me somehow. Like things have been switched around. It still feels a little strange.
Could it be that it just hasn't sunk in yet? I see. Well, it's the same for me.
What?
I'm sure I've told you this before, but please indulge me. While I was asleep in the Cloud Keep, I was getting information about what was happening in the world. So I knew long before that you were not M, but an independent being called Mio. But it was nothing more than information. I wanted to truly know you more than anyone else. But I couldn't touch you, couldn't make contact. I felt so close to you, but you were still this distant, far-off thing. It was so frustrating. But right now, you're so close, I can reach out and touch you, speak with you even. I never thought the day would come. It's a truly strange feeling.
It's the same for me.
Indeed. It's amazing, really, the way things worked out, don't you think?
For sure. If I hadn't become Ouroboros, I'd never have had the chance to meet you, Nia. Sometimes, a small pebble starts the avalanche, which changes your whole future. Don't you think?
No, I don't think you can put it all down to chance.
Huh? What do you mean?
I think we met because we were supposed to, Mio. It was meant to be. Because, to me, you're...
Hey! Mio! Nia! We're heading out soon, guys. Get a move on or you'll get left behind.
Okay, we're coming! Shall we go join the others?
Sorry, people are being
Sure.
loud upstairs.
Let's do that.
Mio? Yes?
I'm really glad we got to talk like this.
Yeah, me too. Nia.
Okay. As much as I hate to leave it on that bit of a cliffhanger there, we are going to go ahead and end stream because it is very late for me. As much as I would love to continue with that because I am very curious. I wonder if one of the people in the picture that Nia had was like Neo, or was Nia's daughter, who might have been reincarnated as Mio in this universe, because it seems like people got ripped from each universe that already existed. Because, you know, Lance, Uni, Noah, and Yoren all existed pre-universe collapse. So, anyway, let's see. Give me a moment. I need to check something, and then we will raid. Okay. Here we go. So, again, thank you all for watching. I should hopefully be streaming more of this tomorrow to do the last little bit of polishing up. I might do some more streams of this at some point in the future. I do kind of want to do a second playthrough of this once more of the content is out for the DLC, but anyway. Hope to see you again soon, and have a good one.